Now, it's Friday at 10ish a.m., and that can mean only one thing, that it is time for relaxing painting with Dice and Dungeons. And I'm here hoping maybe to get really close to finishing this Fink thing I've been working on forever. Feels like it anyway. Just looking at this, you just look at it from a certain angle and you start seeing flaws all over the place. And I just saw one where I thought I had gotten the boundary between the purple and the orange the way I wanted it, but no, right there is a spot that nobody will ever notice after the wash is on, but I noticed it now, so I'll have to fix that. Anyway, the base coat is on everything but the pants here. So you got a Fink going on here. We got the hammer done, base coated. The shirt is pretty much finished. Yeah, there's a little spot there that needs to be touched. So it looks like I need to get the purple paint out. But what I am doing today, which is getting close to finishing it, is I am putting on brown wash. And to show you the difference, this is a before and after of the two arms. The brown wash highlights all those little hairy little nubbins on the arm. Okay, so you can see that they're darker. And it tones down the bright oranginess, which I very carefully, put on so that it was just in the right places. And because he's working in a junkyard smashing cars, he has to look kind of dirty. And so, for example, the bottoms of his feet now look like they're all filthy. And the wash on the tops highlighted the texture of his ridges and messed up his toenails, that sort of thing. Anyway, yeah, it takes this really beautiful bright orange paint and makes it look all just kind of scuzzy, which is, well, I probably shouldn't say that because there's actually another Fink model called a Scuzz Fink that, if I ever do another Fink, and I'm not sure if that'll happen or not. Anyway, if I ever do another Fink, there is a Scuzz Fink, but it makes him look like he's working in a junkyard. So I'm going to be doing that. I might do the arm and the hammer first, because I don't need to grab it there. And then the face is going to take a good long time because I have to try to get it on camera. I have to get it even, and I have to keep it off of the eyeballs and the other colors, so I have to be careful around all the edges. Okay. So I don't know how that's going to turn out, but it definitely needs to be done because there's a whole lot of texture here of wrinkles and bumps and things that need to show, and the wash will make that happen. And then the last part I'll wash will be down here, his back and his belly, because I'll hang on to it by his pants legs. And then after all of that dries, and I'll be able to hold it up here on its head, the washed head, and I'll be able to paint his jeans. That'll just be blue with probably a dark gray wash just to make them look kind of dirty and worn and to bring out the wrinkles and the textures. His feet get glued into these little spots here. And so this part here is the inside of the pants legs. So I'm probably going to paint that black because that's, I don't know. It's not the denim's on the outside, right? Not the inside. Anyway, we'll mess around with this and hopefully not destroy it in the process. The other thing that needs to be done is, this is the car that he's smashing, right? That's the hammer that smashes the car. And I was going to paint this bright red and then decided that's really not what I want to do. This car is deserves to be smashed, so it's going to be painted kind of a blah color with a gray wash to just bring out the dents and the folds and the things like that. And on Wednesday I picked four potential colors that I said I was going to test today. Trying to find them. You know, when I first sat down, there was a spot that said, this needs to be painted. It's wrong. And I even pointed it out. And now I just don't see it. So I have no clue what happened here. I even pulled the purple paint out so I could fix it. And now I don't see what the issue is. Mystery of finkiness. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what that was all about. I am considering washing the shirt. I had experimented a little bit with a blue wash on the purple, and it looked okay, but I'm tempted now just to touch it up and not mess with it. It's like one of those leave well enough alone situations once again. After I'm done with all of this and handling it and so on, there'll probably be a couple of purple spots I'll have to do. So one of the things I wanted to do is test some of these colors to see how they would take the gray wash. And in addition to that, it gives me an opportunity to procrastinate and not get to the real point of putting the wash on the Fink, because that could just mess everything up. But in the spirit of avoidance, I'm going to say that what I want to do is test these colors to see which one would look best on the crushed car. So I've got three of them. There's a light blue and a deck tan and a stonewall gray that looks pretty blah. And this really old light sea gray, which is kind of a grayish, greenish kind of color that I think would work if the paint, in fact, has held up. It's really old. You can see it's separated quite a bit. So give that a stir and see how that works. So I'm going to be painting little swatches here on this piece of paper. Yeah, Nikki ordered for me new brushes. She said, maybe if I ordered you these new brushes and these brushes work, you'd stop whining about your brushes. That isn't going to happen. I'm going to continue to whine about my brushes. The rat Fink emoji. Oh, yeah, I'll get to a flip. I will. But yeah, I even though I have new brushes, and these are really fine brushes, I've been using one of them. This one, I think. I was using this with some success on Wednesday. I'm going to still whine about and complain, because what's more fun than listening to an old guy sitting around looking at the camera with the thing in front of his face, complaining about how things are going. Yeah, so let's use one of the new brushes. This is a nice big brush. Probably would be really good for the washing, because I might. That actually would be really good for the washing, because it's got a nice stiff bristle, and if it absorbs the paint, it would spread it around. Yeah, so it's either that or this old standby here. Let's see. I was going to use this one. This is the same thing as the orange tipped one, but it's very soft and doesn't spread the wash as well. So I'm going to use this for the swatches. Anyway, we're going to stir up these paints, because that's always a fun thing, listening to it buzz. But this is a breakthrough. After 5 different times I promised I would get a piece of foam to put under the paint shaker, so that it didn't vibrate the camera all over the place, I actually did get a piece of foam and put it under the paint shaker. Look at that white foam there. Pretty cool, huh? Let's see what happens. Yeah, look at that. It didn't make any difference at all. Huh. Yeah, it still shakes the camera just as much as it did before. I'm not sure what's happening there. Apparently the foam is not absorbing the vibrations. The vibrations are going through to the workbench, to the face of the camera. Yeah. Okay, the first that I'm using is the sand color. And as I'm doing this, I am suddenly remembering, occasionally, despite being ancient, I do remember something. What I remember is that in this box is one of the accessories. One of the things in the box is the hair that goes on the top of the Fink. We'll show you that later. I'll leave that out so I don't forget to put it on. But the other accessory is this little guy. This little guy goes in the hand that fell off. And what this is you can almost read it. It is a cherry bomb. And I initially painted the fuse gray. Well, that turned out not to be a good color for this. So I'm going to use this not only as a potential color for the car, but I'm going to use it as color to replace the color of the fuse. And here at the top, this, I keep promising I'll paint that. That's the flame at the top of the fuse. That's going to be yellow and red, flame colors. This is a much fusier color than that dark gray. That didn't look good as a fuse color. So another thing I can do is later on probably take the better part of 6 or 7 hours of streaming time to paint the little flame at the top of the fuse there. That's one of those things where I say, oh, this whole thing is done. And then I'll find this sitting around saying, oh, I forgot the cherry bomb fuse flame. I have to spend some time doing that, but yeah, I need to do that. I think I'll probably paint the whole thing yellow, like I did with the flames for the flame traps. I'll paint this whole thing yellow, and then red around the outside. I think I need to do 2 colors. It's pretty tiny. There, that's a much better color for fuse. Paint a test swatch of this color. If you can see that on camera, and that's a pretty yucky color. That might look pretty good as a demolish car color. But part of it is paint gummed up on the threads of the bottle. Yep. Part of it is whether or not the gray wash will show on it at all. And if it doesn't show, then I can't really use it. I'm going to do these paint swatches, and then I'll do a flip. The flip is coming very late in the opening here. Sure, it'll be worth waiting for. Let's see, we'll get the deck tan out of the brush here. And then what I can do with a squeeze bottle thing is I'm just going to squeeze a little bit of paint on the paper and then spread it around rather than putting it in the well. And as you're looking at this, you can say, no, there isn't all that much difference between the two. Except this has got a little more green in it, so it's actually kind of pukier looking. And then this one, this is the light sea gray. I think this is pretty good color too, but it's going to need a really major stirring because it has been settling a long time. It's mixed up anyway. Looks. It's really dark. Dark, and it's not covering very evenly. That looks when it dries. And then the other color is actually a nice color, but it might look good with a gray wash on it, and that's this light blue. We'll see. We'll put some of this down and we'll see how it looks. Yeah, it's the same sort of tone as that, but it's a lighter color and it's likely to show the wash better. And I want the wash to show not like a whole lot, but I want it to get into the wrinkles in the model, just so that you can see them. And when you paint with a flat paint like this, oftentimes those details just totally disappear. Like this, when you look at the arm of this guy here, and there's all these little indentations that are supposed to be hairiness, and they just sort of disappear, or the wrinkling on the face. You can see it, but it's not a significant feature. You put the cherry bomb somewhere. Just put it with the hair there, off to the side. So let those dry for just a bit. And what I'm going to do next is try to find the gray wash. Things that I had out once before, and then there's 3 bottles of black. This nice green. We're going to be doing dungeon sewer tiles soon. That's going to be really cool. These sewer tiles, we are some of the first ones we ever did for a dungeon, because early in our campaign we spent a lot of time in the sewers for some reason. And it was great fun mucking around, and things smelled bad, and we kept going into these iron gates. We spent a lot of time trying to open unopenable iron gates. So we'd go up and we'd use crowbars and saws and hammers, and also Ralph would just pull on them and try to twist them and things, and we could never open them because the DM didn't want them to be opened. We discovered that, that if the dungeon master doesn't want you to do something, it can't be done, no matter what. But it was great fun. We would spend maybe a half hour just trying to pry open these bars that went to no place in particular for no reason that had anything to do with the story. But anyway, yeah, we never did succeed in getting through the bars that the DM didn't want us to get through. There it is. Yeah, you can see that this is settled badly. All the pigment is down at the bottom here, and the solvent is white on top. So I'm going to give this a minute-long shaking. There isn't much pigment in this gray. It's really very light colored, but the idea isn't so much to darken it. I don't really want to dark as much as it is to just create a slightly darker color in the creases in the metal. What's supposed to be the metal of this smashed car. Yep, and it's pretty amazing how putting the foam under the paint shaker didn't really stop. Okay, so this will give me an opportunity to test this other new brush out, see how it works. This one, see how it works with wash. Put some in there. Absorbs it pretty well. I guess it's not surprising. Well, this wash works with all of these colors pretty well. Let's see how it looks when it dries. This brush would be pretty good, I think, for it. It's kind of small on the top, but it's not teeny. It's like when I do the washing on the arm here, I'm going to have to use a small brush. One I've been painting with so far, to get the wash up in here without getting it all over the purple. So I'll be doing this, putting some wash up there and then brushing it down into the model as quickly as I can, because it does set up fairly quickly. I'll be doing this all around the arm like this. I'm practicing, and then I'll get out this brush and then use that to even it out as much as I can on the whole arm. And then the hands, I need to get it in between the fingers and things like that. I'm going to be using the same color wash on the handle. It won't show very much, but you get a little streakiness, and then I'm going to do vertical streakiness all around the hammerhead like that. And then the tops and the bottoms, I'm going to stipple it. Okay, because I want it to look sort of like dotty almost. So we'll see how this turns out. Hopefully I'll be able to get this arm more or less to look like more or less the other arm. So as I'm looking at these drying here, and what I'm looking at mainly is the difference between the unwashed and the washed, is that it surprisingly works poorest on the light blue. I thought it would work pretty well there. It darkens this kind of light sea gray. It darkens it, and so that might actually work, because what I want it to do is build up in the low spots, right? It doesn't show very much on the gray. The gray is sort of disappointing. This color, okay, is the parts of the interior of the car show. There's a little bit like the inside of the door here, okay, and a little bit there where the door got pushed down. Well, every car interior, if you got a really crappy car, what color is the interior going to be? It's going to be like that, okay? So this is what I'm going to be doing, and I'm glad I tested these, is I'm going to use this for the interior, okay, and put a little gray wash on it too, because it's a worn interior. And I'm actually going to use, and I'm surprised by this because it looked dark, the light sea green for the body, and then with the gray wash on it, just trying to make it puddle and try to get the wash to puddle in these cracks and wrinkles, okay? Now that washing won't be done until after I get all the rest of the base coating on, because I have to do the grille and the tires, okay? And sometimes the paint will go over and the edge isn't quite right, so you have to kind of go back and forth to do that. And what I might end up doing then is the grills will be kind of chrome colors, and the hubcaps is, we've done this before with the brown wash. This is a really light brown wash to make it look rusty. Why not? You know, it's a car that's getting smashed. So I'm going to be painting, first I'm going to paint the insides of the doors here. That's going to be the interior color. And then I'm going to use the light sea green and paint the whole body. And then once that's done, I'm going to paint the tire, the hubcaps and the tires, and then probably go back and forth a little bit until the boundaries are really good. There's this tongue, which is a tire tread, chrome on the grills, probably some sort of white for the windshield. Could paint that black. Sometimes they use glossy black for like windows, so I'm not sure that'll work. The headlights, almost like they should have a chrome outline, don't you think? With the white on the inside. I might try to do that. That'll be a little bit, you know, back and forth, but that should work okay. So I'm going to use this brush. It's the other one I was using. So it's the other red-handled one. It was a 5-0 brush. Oh, there it is. Seems to have paint on it, yeah. That off because I'm going to be using that to get the interior color. I thought the Fink Eliminator liked Pontiacs, but it does make sense that the car would be a Pontiac because that got discontinued in an ignominious way, didn't it? Just sadly disappeared. So if the car is a Pontiac, what does the Fink Eliminator like? I'm really kind of torn about that, though. this kit comes with a decal sheet that maybe I'll bring out and show you, because that's another way of procrastinating and not getting any painting done, is the decal sheet. Let's paint the interior. You can't really see it that well, I guess, but it's important to have the interior painted. And then we'll arbitrarily define the edges of the metal here. This is obviously a very high-class Fink Eliminator. Maybe Saturn's? I wonder, is there a Saturn decal? I'll have to look. I should pull that sheet out and we'll take a look at it. The decal sheet is actually kind of cool, but it's also quite old, so I'm not sure the decals will work that well. So I'm going to not use it. I'm going to actually not put it on the model, but I'm going to keep it with the model because it's pretty nice. It's intact right now, and I think it's just a cool souvenir of the time. But a Saturn would be good. We'll see what brands are available on the decal sheet. I was almost tempted to leave this car the color of the primer, because it's that kind of color. But we're going to go with the light sea green. Light sea gray, I guess, that's it. Yeah. Well, I haven't done your flip. Okay. So let's do the flip and then paint the body color. I was able to see if I can replicate that. Get this stuck on the top. One of these holders, which would be good because there's no real place to grip it. I mean, if I'm painting the body color, there's no place to hold it that isn't the body color. Could have just left it on there when I had it working. See how I'm doing a really good job of not getting the washing done. I've been kind of avoiding that because the washing of the model, although it's what really kind of brings it to life, can also make it end up looking just terrible, and if the washing gets messed up. So I've been avoiding that because after I spent like all this time, you know, doing the base coat painting, yeah. So let me show you the decal sheets, because that's another way I can put off getting to it. So this is the decal sheet for Mr. Eliminator. This is a reproduction. This is a repro of the original models, which came out in the 1950s. This was a 1990 reproduction. So what have we got here? We've got, this is the Pontiac one. Those are gone now. We got Toyotas and Nissans, and is that a Peugeot? GM, Ford. Who's that with the little wing there? Is that a Bentley maybe? Aston Martin? I'm not really sure. You got your Mercedes and Chevy. There's a Rolls Royce. There's no Saturn, though, unless that's the Saturn signal. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, this decal sheet is, I really like it. I think I'm just going to keep it intact rather than putting one of these on the models. This could be the crushed car could be a Pontiac. Maybe he likes Rolls Royces, you know? I mean, if he might be making really good money crushing cars here in the junkyard. He might be able to afford one of those, or maybe someone brought one in that they thought was going to be a junker Rolls and he fixed it up. That could happen too. But yeah, anyway, that's the decal sheet. I can't waste more time doing that, so put that aside. I'm going to paint the body color on this next because I can't paint all the rest of that until that dries. So if I do this early on, then I can get back to the bumpers and the tires and things like that. I think what I can do is I'll paint the body color. The hubcaps are not in contact with the blue, so I'll be able to paint those, and then I can come back and just work at it back and forth until I get the boundary lines the way I want them. So let's stir this. Oh, I never did the flip, did I? We flip this. I'm going to flip this glove. Flip it around. Here we go. Put that on later when I do the washing. Okay, so let's get this light sea gray stirred up again. It is very impressive how finally getting the foam underneath the paint shaker made no difference at all in how it distorts the camera. Maybe I'll put another layer, some softer foam. We'll just keep piling up foam until it becomes isolated. Anyway, there. It's this color here, kind of dark gray, and the gray wash makes it darker still, so that works just fine. So I'm going to use this brush. This is one of the brand new brushes. It has a broader point than this, which is one brush I took out of a set of brushes. Wow, it just doesn't seem... Okay, well, we'll see how that works later. But yeah, we're going to start putting body color on this. Straight line. Well, I have to say that that's going very poorly. It's just not spreading well. What brush did I use earlier? This one. Let me try this. Because for whatever reason, that other brush is not spreading the paint smoothly. Bristles might be a little too hard. I'm not sure. The paint's it worked really well. The paint went onto the paper really nicely. It's not liking this model. Well, I'm just going to paint around the edges here and then use the larger brush altogether. I don't know, maybe it is because the paint's old, but for whatever reason, it's not going in very well. I'm sitting here hoping I didn't make a big mistake in choosing this color. See as we go along. It went so nicely on the paper that I thought for sure it'd be okay. Well, it gives me something more to complain and whine about, because that's what this show is. It's relaxing painting, and what can be more relaxing than listening to an old guy complain about things? Can't imagine. It's kind of like Christmas and Thanksgiving and Mother's Day all together. Dump that and pull this brush out. Just going to stir this a little more. Hey, Alfala, I did a flip already. You want me to do yet another one? Okay, now we'll try this again. The paint is leveling well. Wasn't covering very well. Let's see if it likes this brush any better. So it's the old second coat, right? Let's do that. Did that with the orange. And yeah, this might just need the second coat treatment. It's probably because it's just really old paint. Seems to dry really fast, so getting the second coat on isn't going to really put us back very far, especially since I'm working really hard at not getting to what I need to do today anyway. Yet another excuse. Anyway, yes, it's Friday, and I'm, this isn't a total waste of time, even though I'm avoiding doing the wash on the Fink. It's not a total waste of time because this car is an important accessory to the Fink Eliminator, because that's what the hammer is for, wrecking cars. And in fact, if you were to put these together, you would see that the dent in the top of the roof actually matches the hammer really very nicely. So the color of this paint is just what I wanted it to be, but the consistency of the paint after it's been sitting in the jar is clearly not very good. So we're going to have to put a second coat on, and it's not going to be a smooth paint job, we'll just put it that way. It's going to be pretty streaky. Going to hurt it to get two coats. And this car is all busted up and dilapidated anyway, so but yeah, it's just not covering. It's kind of like the orange paint in that sense, and I can't brush over it while it's damp like that because it pulls the paint away even though I primed it. Oh no. Okay. Got too much paint there, and it leaked down into the interior that I had carefully painted. So we'll touch that up after I do the second coat. Yeah, so we'll let this dry and get back to it and keep at it till it's done. Should have used the gray paint, but it went down the paper so nicely. It's very disappointing. Okay, well, put that off long enough now that that's done. It needs to dry so I can recoat it. I do need to move along to the Fink again. What we're doing here on the Fink is taking this brown, oh, that just settles so much. Taking this brown wash, I don't know if the Fink is friends. Let's find out. This is the beholder. Showed it to you on Wednesday. This is printed on our new rosin printer. There was a lot of testing going on, and this is the result. You can see that the detail is really amazing. Gross inside the mouth, that kind of thing. So this beholder got printed and primed. Now we're going to find out if they're friends. Guess not. And that was fun. So one of the reasons I'm hesitant about doing this is it took like forever to get the orange and the purple boundary and getting the base coat on was a real pain. So now I'm just going to mess up the base coat by putting brown goo on it, but it really has to be done because he's a junkyard Fink, and he can't just be looking all nice and clean and stuff. So what I'm going to be doing is moving along pretty quickly with this brush. this other smaller brush. Getting the wash up to, but not onto the purple. And then I'm going to get the bigger brush out fairly quickly. And then spreading it as evenly as I can around the rest of the model. This is the one I used before, so I know it works, so I'm just going to use it. All these new brushes is pretty exciting, but they're also a little bit in the way there. So here we go. We're messing up the Fink. I want it to look a little streaky, but mostly I want to make sure that it gets down into these little divot things that represents its hairiness. It is a supposedly hairy monster. These incisions all over that need to have the darker color on them so that you can see them. Not too badly. I just want to make sure I get it up to the edges, and now I'll like that. And the whole rest of this will be with this larger brush, and this will go really quickly. And I want to spread this around, especially into those indentations. That's the important part. Brush across the grain there to get down into them. I want them more in than not. Need to get it in between the fingers. We want the darker area under between the fingers, right? Freaky. There's some especially dark areas. I'll just touch it with this and take it off a little bit. Up there, it needs to get into that. And around the hand, the hand can be kind of grubby looking because it's dirty. And paint the fingernails and the area between them. You know what? We just want it to look kind of dirty, but not really terribly gross. So it's kind of back and forth here. In the indentations there. That's off camera, but I need to need to do what I need to do with it. Most of that off. I just want a light bits. I think the hand looks okay. The arm, a little darker here, a little more up here. Okay, so see what happened there? Yeah, you can see that, you know, the hairiness shows up now pretty well. A little bit. And I wanted the hand to look pretty dirty, and that succeeded. It looks pretty dirty. Okay, so now I'm going to just brush the handle just to see if I can introduce just, it won't show much, but just a little streakiness on it. And then do vertical on the eye-like hammer part. Give it a little color and a little bit of kind of mottled look. I want to take a look, a little speckly, a little dirty, so I'm going to do that. Make it look uneven. And then on this part, I want it to look all spotty, like that. I'll brush it up under here, maybe to darken it a little bit around the edge, right? See how it gives it a whole different texture. Yeah, I like how that came out. So then around the bottom, I'm going to do the same thing as I painted. Do this around the edge. Just kind of darken the edge to make it look uneven. And speckle it on. It's got some sort of texture on it, right? That's, yeah, that's kind of what I wanted, was going for, is this whatever it is, some sort of material that's a little bit soft. Do the same thing around here just to make it look, it doesn't show as much as on the lighter color, but we also want it to look non-uniform. Brushing in anything, but yeah, that turned out okay. I like how the hammer is coming out. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. And the arm's not too bad. Say just a tiny bit more here on the bottom of the arm. And then there's a spot there. And use a little brush real quickly. I can't really see it, but there's a hair right here that is supposed to be dark, and it's actually quite bright there. I'm just going to fill that in. And it's on the inside of the arm, and it won't show that much. Okay, so I think we succeeded in making the hand and the arm look pretty, hairy and filthy. Clean these off. The hammer turned out okay. I think this is the brush I'm going to use on the face. The face just has, it just has to go in all these little spots. Be touched up and brushed around, and anyway, it's just going to be a challenge. So we're going to take little bits of this and I'm just going to start on it. I guess that's all you can do. You can't finish unless you get started, right? Is start doing this, little bits of the wash, and I wanted to get into the crevices and the nooks and the crannies, just like this happening there. I think that's good. And then the rest of this, I just want to kind of brush around so that there aren't any bright spots. I don't want any real bright orange just jumping out. So we're going to work, instead of being able to just like take a big brush and smush the wash, we're going to just use this little brush and spread it around like this. I'm not too worried about the teeth because those are going to get painted later. But I wanted to get into these wrinkles, and the wrinkles to show. I think this isn't coming along too badly so far. Getting it into those wrinkles and spreading it around. And you can see the difference between the washed and the unwashed here. If I can keep this going all the way around the model, I think it'll be all right. It's hard for me to say that I'm not complaining. I'm going to complain about it. This brush is working pretty well. I'm able to get it down into the low spots and get those darker because it's got the fine tip that pushes it down in there. That's what the point of this is. And use the side of the brush to even out the color. There's a little too much there. I hope I can brush that off. I'm getting it from ear to ear. That's what I'm getting done here, is from ear to ear. Squeeze out a little bit more, and then we'll get up around the eyeball. The brown on the orange, and some little bright spots. I want to get those. Let's touch them up a little bit. Trying to get the color even, sort of even, from one side to the other. Get around the eyeball here without getting it on the eyeball, so we'll do that with some care. But you can see the cracks and crannies and those kinds of things a whole lot better now. Even try to put a little bit more down into some of those just to highlight them. All I do now is sort of match the darkness, you know, how dark it is on both sides, so it looks fairly even. Okay, so that's not bad. I mean, clearly I need to do the teeth yet, but those will come soon. Give this just gonna shake it. Looking for bright spots. I don't want the, like I said, I don't want the bright orange to be showing through. So now we need to work around the eyeball here. This area here doesn't have any texture, so it just looks streaky. That's not bad. That's kind of okay. Go around the eyeball, I think, and then like this eye socket kind of area. And I'm going to do the craggy bits around the outside after that. I'm already holding it this way, so I'm just going to do the craggy bits starting on this side and work around. Basically, it's the same thing I was doing before, is I want it the darker to go into the indentations. And then try to get, you know, fairly even color around it after that. Very wrinkly forehead here. Putting it in the wrinkles. Kind of. This isn't an amazing job of washing, but it's doing an adequate job, I think, of bringing out wrinkles and the divots and the pinkiness, you know, all this stuff that you couldn't see it when it was just all bright orange. More obvious spot here that just got too much wash on it. It's too dark. It's a little bit, it's underneath, so it doesn't show that much, but yeah, it's getting it, you know, to look uneven and even at the same time. I didn't mess up the eyeball. That was job one. Just don't make it worse, right? Don't screw up something that isn't screwed up. But there, we got the color better. We got the wrinkles showing. Fairly even. And I can be content with this. And then I'm going to wash this. I'm just going to use the larger brush here to get the top of the head. It's just a big area. It's flat. Really want much on it. I just want it to not be, like I was saying before, I just don't want it to be bright. Be a little speckly like that, kind of like with the hammerhead. Okay, so that's what the face looks like now. Mostly okay. There's a spot. I don't know why. There's a white spot right there. I'm just going to put some wash on it. Like, I think I rubbed it. And I might have actually rubbed the base coat off. It was too dark before. Okay, I'm going to do this. This is a dangerous thing to do, but do this anyway. It's one of those leave well enough alone moments that I didn't. I'm going to put a little orange paint on that. Okay, I think that's all right. Looks better than it did before. Okay, wash this off. And what I've got now is the belly bit down here. There's a lot of boundary border. Wash off these brushes and see which one. This is the one I think I was using. It's a bigger bristle than this one. Probably, I might use this just around the front. Get it even around the hairy parts and the belly button there. I'm going to start at the back here. You can't use the big brush back here at all. There's just not enough area to work with. So I'm going to this brush and just use the side of it mainly, and just try to spread it around. we're going to spread it around to get the color toned down. I'm not too concerned about getting it on the belt. It's not going to show on the belt at all. And it's just, you know, trying to make it so it's not that bright orange. You know, and this is coming along okay. And I think I'm satisfied with how this bottom part is washing. Go around. Sure that there aren't any little bright spots showing, or that it's it's all right, you know, and it's a little uneven, but it's this finkiness. Extend this along using the same kind of technique, and I'm going to push it down into the hairy bits. And it looks like I'm just going to use this brush to finish it. It's just easier this way. Get up in there, gets it into these divots where I want it. Okay, it's just, sorry, I was just being quiet. I'm just trying to spread this around and make this look okay. Getting a little wash into these spots down here. Trying to do is I want some of the spots would be dark and they were light. Just doing the vice versa on them. Right in here to make that a little darker. So I'm looking at this, and but I'm, you know, that the belly is one thing. That's, I mean, it is what it is. It turns out okay. There's some spots here that maybe I'll just brush up a little bit. But what I was most concerned about was the face. And I have to say, I liked how the face turned out. You know, it came out okay. But I didn't want to get it on the eyeball, and I wanted to highlight all these little crags and things. And it just sort of came to life compared to what it was before. pleased with that. This bit that I fixed over here, somewhere I can't even see it anymore, so I guess I fixed it pretty well. The belly looks okay. You know, it's not the greatest. The arm, there's a dark spot here, that streak, but that's just okay. So he got grease on his arm or something. It looks a lot better with the wash on it than it did before. I just have to say that I'm okay with how this has turned out. This here, a little white spot that I'm just going to cover up with the wash. Go around it. And in looking at this, I have decided I'm not going to mess around with the shirt. I'm going to get the purple paint out. There's a couple little spots here and there. And by putting that on, it'll make the shirt look a little streakier. Be okay. The mallet heads, you know, they look okay. I might get this bigger brush out and just stipple them a little bit more. Doing this, right, to make it look uneven. Do more of that with a little bit of wash that's left here. So what I'm going to do next is let this dry. I'm going to save the purple touch up until after I get the pants done, because I'm going to be holding it on the purple. And in doing that, there's always the chance that little bits will flake off. Yeah, so this turned out okay. I was concerned about it, but the most important part was the face, a little bit less important on the arms and stuff. But yeah, he looks a lot more finky now than he did when he was just orange. You set that aside. Yeah, that's a good color. I mean, this is a good color for the car, especially when I put the gray wash on it. But it didn't go on evenly at all, because I guess it's old paint. But the second coat should be all right. It dried nice and flat. It leveled okay. The brush marks don't show, so clean this brush off and stir this up a little more. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. This kit was reissued in 1990. Actually, I'm pretty sure I bought it when I was looking forward to retirement, but still quite a distance away. I think they were still in high school. So I bought it around the end of the 90s. Okay. And I know that this particular kit, this bit here, my son Alex, who's now in Germany, painted this. He was actually pretty talented, so it was base yellow and then a wash on it. These were Citadel colors, so we were still doing Warhammer stuff at the time. So that would have been more than 15 years ago. So I think this kit has been laying in the box since I bought it, waiting to be finished for 16 years, maybe 17. Yeah. Definitely been around. I have maybe 40 models because I thought when I retired that I would have nothing to do, so I just build models all day, every day, forever. And so far, I have to say this is actually the first one I've worked on again. So it took this streaming show to create a gap in time when I would just work on a model. And yeah, this is getting done now after sitting in the box for like 15 to 17 years. Nice, huh? Now we're going to have dungeon tiles to work on again, so I don't know what's going to happen to all the rest of the models that are sitting in boxes. We'll see. We'll see what I do next. Okay, putting a second coat on this, and it should look pretty decent after that. Yeah, so this has been around a good long time, waiting to be done. Most of the rest of the models are airplane models, mostly World War II planes. I'm not sure if I'll get around to building one of those or not, but the one I'd like to do next, if the powers that be, the Dyson Dungeon owners, we'll have to take a poll. The Dyson Dungeon owners will have to determine, based on the popularity of this sort of thing, because it is a streaming show and we want people to watch, right? We want subscribers. We want people to go to patreon.com/Dice and Dungeons and support Dice and Dungeons. Please do that, whether you like this or not. Help an old retiree out. Become a sponsor of relaxing painting of Dice and Dungeons. Anyway, enough begging. Yeah, the one I would like to do next is these are original. These are kits that were put out in the 1950s. Renwall submarine. And it was a Polaris missile launching submarine. Before the Tritons came out, it was Polaris, the original submarine launched missiles. And the side of it folds down and shows the interior. And the interior is not done in great detail. In fact, the detail is really not very good at all. But it gives you the impression of the inside of the submarine. So they did not reissue these kits as far as I know. They might have now, but at the time I bought them, they had not reissued them. So I was looking for an original unbuilt one that I could put together, because I had done one of those when I was young. And couldn't find any that had not already been started. So the places where it gets started all the time is the conning tower and the torpedo room. The conning tower, you know what that is, right? The control tower at the top of the submarine, in the sail of the submarine, I think it's called. That one is always started. That includes the periscopes and some dials and gauges and things that are, like I said, done in not very great detail, but some. And the torpedo room in the front, the model kit instructions say to start at the front and the top, and then the front and move to the back. So anyway, I had to buy 3 kits. I bought 3 kits, and what I'm hoping is that because the people who started these and just did like the first 2 or 3 bits, let's just say they were not master modelers, right? They started it and said, this is more than I bargained for, so they're not well done. So what I'm hoping to do is that with 3 kits to work with, I'll be able to disassemble, clean, and repurpose enough parts to redo the parts that are always started. That is to say, the torpedo room and the sail. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, I have to say, you know, if you're going to crush a car, that's the color of the car that needs to be crushed. I really like the second coat here. Turned out, I think, really well. It's drying pretty nicely. Yeah, so I need to retouch this because the paint just, there was too much on the brush and it just slipped in there, so I'm going to repaint that. And if it goes over this gray green, I'll save the touch up till later because I'm going to be painting the hubcaps and the tires and the grill and stuff. So I'm going to let that paint dry, but while it's drying, what I will be able to do is paint the hubcaps. At least get that started, because they don't come in contact with the gray green. Yeah, this cup of coffee's been sitting here for now an hour and a half. Well, it's not cold, but it hopefully will keep me awake and chatting for the rest of the show. Anyway, the submarine, if the decision is to not paint dungeon tiles, depending on how many of the sewer tiles are done, I think I'm going to start working on that submarine. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and it might be kind of interesting for the viewers to watch somebody disassembling somebody's bad model work. You know, pulling the torpedoes off the torpedo racks, cleaning the cement off, sanding it down, you know, where the texture is bad, going through the 3 kits and pulling enough parts out to redo those sections that had originally been done. So yeah, 3 kits. 2 of them are identical. The other one was given a different name, but it's exactly the same thing. Ethan Allen. I'm not sure. I'll have to pull them out. Even the 2 boxes that say Fabulous on them are different colors, so that was issued and reissued and reissued. But that might be a fun thing to do, is to go through the challenge of reconstituting. Okay, I'm just looking at this, and there's a couple of spots on here that I want to make a little darker, so you know, it's one of those things, if you see it, just get it done, right? So there was this little spot here, there, here, some of these areas where the wash was supposed to have built up, but it didn't quite get in far enough. Very much, but just going to play around with this, and then I'm going to at some point go, leave well enough alone. Okay, yeah. Now we're going to leave well enough alone. We'll put him over there. And the color of the hubcaps, I'm going to make, I've got chrome, which I'm going to use. These are metallic colors. These are really pretty nice. These viejos, they're designed for airplanes, really, model airplanes. They're designed for airbrushing large areas. So I've got chrome, which I will put on the bumpers, and then probably do a little brown wash to make it a little touch rusty. But what I want for the hubcaps is dull aluminum. Okay? Is the hubcaps are not going to be real shiny. So yeah, I purchased those submarines, and I opened them when they first arrived and said, well, I hope this will work. There's also a propeller. The front and the back get glued on. The side panel opens up at the very bow and the very stern are cemented on. And, that's really not too much of a problem. I'm going to end up painting them rather than leaving them just a raw plastic. So if it's badly done, hopefully one of the three kits, it's not badly done. There's a propeller on the back that's glued in that's supposed to rotate, but that hardly matters. Okay. So I'm going to do this. And the other thing I'm going to do, is maybe a little bit excessive, is I'm going to paint the underbody black, at least where these gaps are. See, like here, and up in the front, a little gap. I want to put some black paint on the inside there. Just, in case it shows, it doesn't show like bright white. But, you put 2 coats on these things, and there's still these little spots don't get done. This is why I say sometimes when I'm doing this, what I should be doing is just leaving the bottles of paint open and having this big array of brushes that I just keep grabbing. Because when I see a spot like that, I can just hit it with the paint, right? Now, painting it black is just too risky. I'm going to just paint it the body color since I've got this out. Because I know that if I painted it black, what would happen is that it would come up on the top and just create another opportunity for fixing. And there's already been enough opportunities for fixing. This'll do. That's it. If for some reason you see it, it won't be just white. It won't just be the white plastic. Yeah, so there. Okay, and I'm gonna save a little blue gray touch-ups until later. Because after I paint whatever I paint, however careful I am, it's almost certain to require touching up. Hardly any of this metallic paint. Little bits of it go a very long way. So this is the color of metal, but it's not shiny, and it's gummed up. Paint is dried on a little. So, yeah. toothpick, pin. So I'm going to paint this. I want to make sure it's covered. I'm not terribly concerned yet about the boundaries because the tires will get painted black and we have to decide. There's this incision, this kind of well there, and at some point either I or the paint itself will decide where the hubcap ends and the tire begins. But it looks like the tire should go down into it, up, so that this well, this incision, will end up being painted black. So I think it's okay for the hubcaps to be kind of this dull color, but I am going to paint the chrome, the part that was chrome. Okay, the bumpers. But hubcaps aren't usually very shiny. Oh, this is clever. None of the hubcaps are exactly the same. Yes, that's what happens with some of these cars. So I have way more out because I opened that up. Yeah, so that's what these hubcaps will look like. That's going to dull down. I'm going to try this, okay? I talked about doing this with the headlights, just painting the rim of it. Because oftentimes in these older cars, was in fact how it was done, is that the headlights had like a rim around them. Try to do that with this color. These headlights were made to look like eyes. And there's this little nose and tongue as well. So this is a car that's supposed to be unhappy about being smushed. Paint the whole inside of the headlight this color. And then I can decide whether I'm going to put like a little eyeball on it or not. And see how it looks after it dries. Stay on the thing. Okay, I'm going to have to reattach that. part of this is that the aluminum got, it's hard to tell where the bezel or the rim of this is really supposed to be. I think I got this a little too far down here. Just paint it out a little bit further, and then when I do the blue-green touch-up, I might have to touch that little spot there. I want it to look even around the top anyway. This fine detail on the car that's basically just being smashed, right? The eyes aren't symmetric. This one is kind of round. And this one's kind of flattened on the bottom. That's just the way they are. Weird. Okay. I'm going to keep holding it by the paint. Okay, well, I'm messing with this. Get out the deck tan again. This is for the interior of the car, the door where the paint was too liquid and it flowed down. I'm going to see if I can't just fix that right away. And then the last thing I want to do, I'm just trying to remember the doing of things here, is I need to remember to work on the flame of the fuse, or the cherry bomb. I mean, this will do for what it is. So you could see the impression of the interior there. Well, there was this cherry bomb that the Fink was holding in its hand, and it has a lit fuse. It is going to be flame colored, like the other flames. And what I used for that was that there was sun yellow and orange fire and bloody red. Well, I'm just going to do 2 colors, not 3. So I'm going to do the whole fuse flame in sun yellow. And then I'm going to highlight the outside edges of it after it dries with the red. Yellow. Yeah, the letters are incised, and you can actually read the bomb. That actually I was able to clear that off. The cherry is just very, I mean, if you know what you're looking for, you can kind of say, imagine at least that that's what it is. Paint this whole thing yellow as a base coat, and then put the red around the outside of it. I think the yellow center will be nice and bright. And then the red on the outside will be, you know, kind of attention grabbing. And this goes in the hand that is disembodied right now, the one that broke off. You're dripping again. We just fixed it. Have to go check. Okay, so there's the yellow, and it doesn't look like much, but it'll look better when it's got a red rim around it. Right now it's just yellow. Put that down and let that dry. Whatever that red, that metallic red that was painted, the cherry bomb color, that's really nice. I wish I knew what that was, because it's it'd be a really pretty color on a car model. I'm sure there's something similar out there that I could find if I ever painted a car. Okay, so Fink is coming along. The car is coming along. I need to paint his pants and his teeth. I think I'll do... I might just tackle the teeth first. I'm going to paint those ivory, so they're not quite white, but not quite brown either. And then after that dries, the pants. And there's little bits of things on the pants, like there's a little brass, bronze button there, and so on. And I want the pants to be kind of a dark blue, and I'll do a black wash to get the wrinkles on it. So I'm going to look at my blue color chart here, see what kind of blues I've got. Not a lot of them. I think just this plain flat blue, you know. Flat blue with a black wash on it, or the dark gray wash. Yeah, so flat blue it is. And there it is. There's this. So I'm going to be using that on the pants, using this on the teeth. I'm going to need the model color black for the tires and the tongue. And this little bit on the inside of the pants here, where the pants go around the outside, but then, I don't know. It might look weird. No, I'll just paint those all blue. But I need this for the tires. And yeah, that. I need to decide what color do I want to paint the windows. These. Like I was saying early on, oftentimes modelers will just paint those like a glossy black. Because you can't, you know, what are you going to do, right? So I think I might just do that. This black is the same black that was used for the belt. That's not a bad color. I could try that. The other black is the game color black, which is quite glossy also. Give that a go. I mean, what the worst that can happen is I need to come back and touch it up. I think the dull aluminum worked pretty well for the hubcaps. Those look okay. And I think, yes, I'm going to paint eyeballs. I'm going to paint eyeballs here and here. And then it's got this nose, and there are these tiny little spots that need to be painted black there. So when I paint the tires, you can see these little nose bits here, but I'm going to use the glossy black to paint little eyeballs, little frowny eyeballs on the headlights. And then we'll paint the tires, and then probably need to do some touch-up back and forth. I'm going to paint the tongue, the tire color. The gray wash on this, it'll highlight the wrinkles in the metal and also give it a little bit of glossiness, which is something that would be good. So this is coming along. I've got no tail lights. I need to touch those. They should have like a chrome edge around them, but I don't see where that can be done. So those need to be done in red. So there's a lot of opportunity to do the blue-gray touch-up again around where I do the windows and the tires and the chrome. So I'm going to do all of those colors. I can do them all at once. None of them touch each other except right up here. So I'll do the tires first, and the tongue, and then the windows and the eyeballs and the nose, and I can just do the taillights at any time. Red that I've used before. And yeah, there's a fair amount of junk yet to do. Yeah, I think I'll just paint the pants early on. Just, it all needs to be done. Doesn't much matter what order they're in at this point, other than doing the black before the chrome. Otherwise, everything else is pretty much any order that it comes in. Yeah, it's time to take a little break, so I'll try to keep this short. I'd really like to kind of wrap this up this afternoon. If not, there won't be very much left at all. And I will finish it again Monday morning. If I don't finish it yet today. It's just a lot of colors, just little bits of colors everywhere. So there's detail stuff on the car. Here, it's basically just getting the line around the bottom of the pants and these belt loops painted blue. And then just filling this in. I'll probably need 2 coats just because it's such a flat surface. And I think I won't have to do much black touch-up. But I think I'll do the pants first, because then if I need to do black touch-up, I'll have the black paint out later for the tires. Yeah, so flat blue pants. Paint glossy black windows and eyeballs. Flat black tires. And chrome. And red taillights. I can't forget the taillights. I'm going to put this right out here. Maybe I'll just do those first. After all of those colors are done, then I'll retouch up the light sea gray color, body color, wherever is necessary around the tires and the bumpers. And then I'm going to give it that light gray wash, which will give it a little bit of gloss and highlight the wrinkles. And by then the pants might be dry, and I'm going to give those a dark gray wash because they're streaky and dirty, and I want, you know, these little things to show. And at some point I will do the little bronze button on the belt. Pants, taillights. Don't forget the teeth, and we'll get to those. Anyway, lots of different little colors with lots of little detailed junk going on after the break. I'll try to keep this one short because there's a lot of stuff to do yet. Be right back. Oh, took a little bit longer than I thought it would because we took the dogs out to, move breakfast along. So what shall I do? I'm going to do the taillights first because I know I'm going to forget them otherwise. And then I'm going to paint the guy's pants. Always you look at these from different angles. Like I'm looking at him right now, and there is a spot right there that is very, very light. And it's one of those, like, just do it. Just take care of it right away. Otherwise, you'll forget about it, and it'll come back and be a problem later. So basically what I just want to do is get this tiny, it's like, this needs to be darkened a little bit. So there's the tiniest little touch of this brown wash on there. Area that should have been dark, and looking at it, it didn't even have orange on it. It's like the whole thing got missed somehow. Weird. I'm just not getting it right. Either getting too much on it or not enough. Or it's just missing it or something. I think that's better. At least it's a little dark. It'll lighten up a little as it dries. Okay, so what I want to paint is a little brush. Pretty much the same, but it's this one. And the tail lights here. These are another one of those things where the boundaries are a little indeterminate. It's okay. It's kind of like from this angle, I can kind of tell what should be red, but from any other angle I can't. So we'll see if we can't put the red where we want it. Where we don't. I sort of stopped focusing there. of this is very ill-defined. Well, this is mostly okay, but the edge just looks ragged. I don't know if it's the brush or the paint or what. So when I touch it up later, hopefully I'll get that a little bit more even looking. At least, you know, they're sort of painted so we know where they are. Right at the tips here, I just want to. I think I got that one. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so they're molded so that they're not symmetric. It's like the headlights, where one is flattened and the other one is round. But there, now they've got taillights at least. To paint the pants. This one we've got most of it's just getting a straight line along the bottom of the belt, okay, which is it's really kind of hard to see, but we'll just try to do that. But there's these belt loops in various places that are also hard to see that need to be painted. Matter of getting the light on it right. That's it. Anyway, this hasn't been used, I don't know, ever. So we'll give this a good stir. This looked really good on the color swatch. Hopefully it will work out here as well. It's not that it's the perfect color, but it's light enough so that it will take the wash. Just trying to get a nice clean line here at the bottom of the belt. We'll use a larger brush to fill in the rest. Let's see if I can get this belt loop done. I'm gonna do the button fly here. it's mostly on camera. That's always a pleasant surprise when I look up and see that it's on camera. Finish painting the front here. This is a really bright blue. It tones down a little when it dries. What I'm mostly going for is a base coat that, you know, will retain its blue color, but will take the wash well. Because I want the jeans to look kind of dirty and worn, and I want all the wrinkles in them to show. Move that up just a little bit above where the belt is, right there. Bring the black back out again to paint the tires on the car. We'll fix that. Here. Just the one feature on the model. Getting close to coming out. In the back, where it matters the least, is probably the best defined border between the belt and the pants on the whole model. Blue there. Okay. So that's the boundary there, and it looks like the only place I really got a problem is that little dot right there. Get this bigger brush out now, because there's a lot of surface area here. And we're just gonna fill it in. This is the part here. Yeah, probably no matter how much I try, there's going to be little dots that aren't going to be covered. I'm not really sure how this should be done. At the end of the legs, I mean, jeans don't come down like that, right? But on the other hand, to paint that black, to make it look like what would I be looking at? It's not really clear. So I'm just going to paint that blue and have the feet come right on up to it. So these jeans, they'll be blue and they're going to just look, they're not going to look great until they're washed. Stone washed, no, not stone washed jeans, but put the black wash on it so that they look worn and dirty, and the wrinkles and things show. Paint this. Yeah, I should have thought this through. I can't really set it down because I'm painting the bottom. Didn't think it through, so I'm not really sure. I'm going to set it upside down somehow. Yeah, part of the black wash will be so that you can see the pockets. You know, like when you paint them, the base coat like this, they're just going to disappear. But with the wash, I can get the wash into the edges around the pockets. Yeah, definitely need to do some purple touch-up because as I'm moving the model around, I'm scarring off a little bit of the paint. Okay, so I'll paint the bottom here too. This isn't going to look the same once it's washed. It will definitely look like worn and dirty and stuff like that, which we want it to do. And as I'm rotating this, I'm just seeing these little spots like down here at the bottom. It's a little blue on the black there. And as the paint dries, there's just going to be little spots that show up where the paint pulls away from itself and little dots form. Whenever there's a big flat surface like that with these paints, there's always little spots. Okay, so I'm going to hope this works. Okay, that way till you dry. What should I paint next? Gonna paint the black, right? The tires. Well, that's pretty impressive. I managed to hit that with the blue paint. At least it went there, where the tires are going to be, and not somewhere else. Yeah, so I was going to paint the windows glossy black and put little eyeball things on here. I got the tail lights mostly done. They look, yeah, not bad. Let's do the glossy black window things first. It's going to use this black. Okay, I've got this black out, and what I'm going to do with it, no, I changed. It's wrong. I was going to use the game color black, but I think this will work better. As I recall, there was a tiny spot, blue right there. The blue got up on the belt a little further than I wanted it. Tiniest touch up of black on there. Okay. use this on the windows. Not glossy like the other black, but there's a little bit of gloss to it. But that other black doesn't cover well. This is a little better. It's not really being sure what color to make the windows. Paint this on, and probably have to come back with that blue-gray stuff just to clean up the edges. Give up on that at some point. You need to use that when I do the wash, because you can't hold it. I'm washing it because the wash goes everywhere, but there's another holder. I'll try that. Just the location of the sticky tack might just be the issue. It's rotated a few degrees and the line looks totally different. Painting this window in, it looks like it needs to go up to this, to that. It needs to be painted inside the incision there. Sometimes it's not clear whether you paint up to it or into it. In this case, it had to be done into it. And then the same thing here. That was sloppy. Every once in a while, you move the model, and the brush just bumps. A bump there, but that's okay. I'm going to have to do touch up anyway, almost certainly. To get these edges flat on them. Okay, what I want to do here is make sure that I've got the windows covered, and then I'll clean them up. It's a little later when I get rid of that spot. The rest of this. But I think black was the way to go. So what I want to do here is hint a little hint of an eye on here.
And then this. And paint in where the car has nostrils for some reason. It got too big, but that'll be easy to fix. Make that one look like this one. Yeah, so I just need to make that one look like this one a little bit later. And then these windows, just need to get the blue-gray paint out and probably, you know, edge around it a little bit. Just little bits to make the edges a little straighter than they are now. Play with that just a little bit. Yeah, so there. Paint the tires. Let's see how that will turn out later when I wash them. That dry just a little bit more, and then I'm gonna go around and, like, I see a spot there that's white. There's a spot there that didn't get covered. There's little spots here and there that didn't get covered. Oh my, okay. So everything looked fine from the top, but from the bottom, yeah, I got it on the belt there. So this was this color. Can just fix these little spots, the edges and the spots right. I don't know if you can see it, but the blue got onto the belt, and it was that from the back when I was painting it from the other direction. Couldn't see the edge that clearly. And it looked fine painting it from the bottom up. When turning it over, it doesn't look that good. So we'll look around the front too. And there's a little bit of the same issue here. The belt. Start to the same sort of thing, just a little bit too far up. Otherwise, this is acceptable. I'm going to let that continue to dry. Still, the blue is still a little tacky. Okay, so this is black that I'm going to be using on the tires. It's a little flatter. accuracy is that it has a little less gloss. Not really noticeable, but it's a pretty good flat black. Rotate this a little bit, and I'm going to attempt to get the black where I want it and not where I don't. This brush replaced one that I was using for the better part of like 20 plus years that just fell apart. I mean, it literally just, the bristles just came out. And pick this one up, and it's working pretty well. It's one of those where from one angle it looks like the paint needs to go higher, and then you rotate it like that and you see that it's gone up too high. But a little bit got there because the brush just kind of moved in that direction. Now, let's see how we do it on the hubcap here. Paint is really shiny when it goes on, but it does flatten out nicely as it dries. Well, aluminum looks like it's a pretty good color for the hubcap. I'm glad that's working out okay. Paint all around and paint somewhat on the inside of the tire like that. Just like before, just in case it shows, right? When I do the blue-gray touch-up, I try to remember to paint around like the perimeter of these things too. So this, I thought this was up a little too high, but I think it's just that this part is a little too low. Yeah, I think it's just like a tiny little dab there, but otherwise I think that's okay. Yeah, see, that's one where it definitely looked like it needed to be from this side, but from this side, it's wrong. Yeah, we'll see how it looks after the full tire is painted, though. It might turn out okay. This from the top, it looked like the tire went up that high, but then when you look at it from the side, it looks like it went up too high, but then when the whole thing is painted and it dries, it might turn out okay. Looking forward to next week. The rosin printer is going to be churning away all weekend. And we've got a bunch of minifigs that are going to be produced on the rosin printer that are going to be used in our D&D stream. That is to say, they are going to be hostile units that we'll be running into, and so they'll need to be painted in time for whenever the stream occurs. So, starting on Monday, it's very likely that Nikki will be painting minifigs that were produced over the weekend. So we talked about that a little bit, and I think what we're going to end up doing, since I really do want to work on that submarine, is that we might do like a 50-50, and it'll take longer to get everything done this way, but we'll do like half of the stream painting the minifigs for the D&D campaign, and half of the stream working on reclaiming and reconstituting the submarine model. So we're going to try that probably starting on Monday, is doing that kind of split stream where, at least when I'm painting, I work on one thing before the break and the other thing after the break. And that might be good, I might like that too, just as a way of kind of breaking up the work. But, I had these things in boxes for like 2 decades, right? Well, actually, most of them it's only been a decade. These Fink models go back further than most of the airplane models and things. But, so they've been sitting there for 10 years, and it's something I've kind of wanted to do, and now there's an opportunity to do it. So I was given the go-ahead by a majority of the owners of Dice and Dungeons to, when I am painting, take half of the stream to work on vintage models. We're going to try that on Monday. Let's see, I have to check the time here. Yeah, I might get really close to getting this finished today, which would be kind of nice to have it done. These are, if you want to look them up, you can look them up online. So the Renwall submarine, Polaris missile submarine. One of them's called the Ethan Allen. I forget what the other one was called. The George Washington, maybe. I have to look at the box to see what the name of the submarine was. The Ethan Allen was the one. It's exactly the same model, but it came out later as a reissue. The Polaris launching submarine, one of the first atomic-powered boomers. Not like boomer, baby boomer generation, but boomer as in that's what you call the missile launching submarines. You can look them up. They came out in the 50s when the Polaris submarines were first launched. Cutaway model are really pretty cool. You can see here how nicely the paint gets flat. It does in fact look pretty rubbery when it dries. And then the last bit, this car has a face on it. It's looking very unhappy about being squashed. Is that its tongue sticks out there, right? I thought, well, that's kind of weird having the tongue, but in this, maintaining the automotive motif kind of thing, it's actually tire tread. All the area around it is going to be painted chrome, so I wanted to make sure I get into the nooks and crannies there. Just enough paint. It's another one of those things where if I scrape all the paint out of the well and all the paint off of the brush, it's just enough to cover. And like a lot of things, I'll have to come back and do a little touch-up. Oh my. Yeah, there's always the, oh, I touched it and spread it around syndrome, right? I have to do that touch-up anyway. After I paint the chrome, I'll be on the bumpers, front and back, I'll be touching up with that blue-gray paint anyway. There's a little spot there and spots there around the nostril kind of thing. And then I'll take a look to see if there's any spots that, where I need to paint this black on again. There's going to be little spots that I want to paint black. How will we do those after I do the blue-gray touch-up? Pants are still not quite dry, but this is a good time, though, once they're dry enough, that I can see where there's little touch-up spots. So I'm going to squeeze out a couple of drops of this blue paint and touch those up so that they have a chance to dry while I continue to work on the car. But what happens, it's just weird little things like here, there's a spot that just isn't covered, right? Or here where there's There he is there. So, you know, you brush the paint on with a nice big brush, and then there's spots that don't get covered. So the point of this is to go around and turn those white spots blue. That dry. Washing the pants with the dark gray wash. And I don't need to be particularly careful about that at that point because I want them to look dirty and streaky. Right. The creases to show, so I'll be able to use the bigger brush and just kind of brush that on, and maybe use a smaller brush to get it into the seams. It's a spot. So as I'm looking around, it's one of those things. There's a spot on the belt that's just not painted. It's a white spot. So it's like reach in, grab the black paint right there. I don't know why, but it's not like a little piece of blue paint hit it or anything. It's just like after all these times of going over it, it wasn't painted at all. I'll do this other thing too, kind of a thing that would have been forgotten otherwise, is I'm going to take this copper paint one dot of copper paint. There's why am I doing this? Because there's a button there. Button is going to be copper. And that'll get washed over with the pants. It'll be just fine. I'm waiting for that black to dry on the car. And as I'm doing that, and as I'm catching these little detail spots, like the copper button, okay, I am getting a little spot of blue where I don't want it. In the copper where I didn't want it. So I'm going to take a chance and touch it with the blue paint. Even though it's wet. And it worked. Yay. Let's look around one more time. We've got the blue paint out. One last chance to catch spots that need touching up. Down, and this is the let's do things while I'm remembering them. Remember the cherry bomb? Yeah. Going to get some red paint, bloody red, and finish the little fuse flame. Okay, we'll do that. And then I'm going to get out the chrome paint. Light red color. Okay. It's just a little cherry bomb thing. That's the little flame. And what I want to do is paint the outside of the flame red. Don't want that to be even. To be kind of streaky. Like that, so the yellow shows in the center. And is not being as slip my fingers here. And is not being very steady. See how that turned out? Pretty flamey, huh? Inside bits of it. Look here, a little bit of red right around the bottom here. We got into the flamey bit. A little bit more ragged. There, that looks like it's burning now. I'm satisfied how that turned out. Okay, so now I'm looking at the car again. And I'm thinking this flat aluminum looked really pretty decent on the hubcaps and the headlights. And I can see I need the black touch-up. I need to get in there a little more. Little spaces, spots where the kind of black is flaking off, so I'll do that. But after I paint the bumpers, really tempted to use flat aluminum on the bumpers too, but because I just like the way that looks. I think I'm just going to do that. I was going to paint them really shiny, but this seems to be more appropriate. And when I've got it out, I can repair some of the, like there's a spot on this hubcap here where from this side it looks okay, but from here it doesn't. But there's just the black just got up a little too high. Got the hubcaps and make some judgments about, just little spots, but I don't want that color to go back over the black. Okay, so let's do the rear bumper here. Kind of get up a little high there. It's kind of hard to tell where the paint should be. Do touch-ups so we can iterate back and forth until you get the line right where you want it. Okay, so there. It comes down like that. You know, looking at that, that's really that turned out okay. I kind of think that's all right. I thought it went a little high up on the car body, but looking at it again, I think that the demarcation line is just fine. Finish painting it. And then paint underneath, like I've done some of the other things. So, in case it shows the color of the body. Great. So now we're going to do the front. This goes from here and underneath. Nose there. Okay. That's that. That edge is acceptable. To get it down into the grill forms teeth. You know, this is a grimacing face, right? There we go. So we're going to grimace. And then there's the rubber tire tongue here. Coming out of the grill. And that looks okay. I'm not going to mess with that. That's another leave well enough alone situations. But once this dries, it flattens out. I think it'll look okay. And I might get like the tiniest touch of drone wash, just to make it look a little rusty, like in the teeth. I might apply it very carefully, just like in the teeth area there. There's a good deal of black that needs to be touched up. It kind of gets scraped off. Even though I primed it, it didn't hold that well. Do the Little bits of black all over the place. I'm going to do the black touch-up first, because the body color needs touching up, but I have to keep touching the body to touch it. There's no real good way to hold it, so I'm going to get the sticky tag holder stuff back out again after I do the black touch-up. And see if I can't get it to just set up. Oh, okay. I mean, I've got this whole palette, and I was moving it, and the one spot I touched it was, yeah, right where I had the paint. That was just so dumb it was amusing. I'm just going around the rim here, making sure that the line with the hubcap is the way I want it. In a couple of places I want to put a little, just move the black paint down onto it a little bit, and then I want to touch up in places where it's just rubbed off a little bit. Go around the car, kind of one wheel at a time. Get these boundary lines to perfection, right? Whatever that might mean in this context. The entire tongue there. Squeezed out that little drop of paint and stuck my finger in it, and most of it came off on my finger. Nice. No. Oh. Yeah. I was saying, I'm just slopping the paint on the bottom here, and then slopped it right to the hubcap. So the moral of that story is just be careful all the time, even when you're doing something that you think isn't going to be anywhere near anything else. It's like it's just right. That's when it happens. So there's lots of that dull aluminum paint still out there. So I'll just get a clean brush and just touch it. Straight then. Where is the end? Where is the tip of your brush? It's time to stop messing with that. To clean this off. Dark dull aluminum paint again. Get some on the brush. And get do that. So that was the failure of taking care as well. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. Okay. The next part is to do the body color touch up. And grab this one that's got a little more sticky tack on than the other one. I need to somehow get this to hold the body while I touch it up. No. Okay. It's just not going to work. And I need to touch up. I need to get the paint on the bottom here too. I'm going to let this set for just a minute. And I'm going to go back to the Mr. Fink here. And he's dry. And now I'm going to wash the jeans. And then we'll come back to the car. Okay. Right. It's this brush. And I am going to be using the dark gray wash. Gray. Gris oscuro. More than I needed, but I'm getting it all over my hands. Yep, that's today. Yeah, we're going to start on the back here because I want to get it into the bits, where the pocket is. Get it into the beams. And I'm just going to paint like up to the belt. It doesn't matter if it's much on there. And I like it. I like the way it's just sort of looking splotchy, you know? I don't want it to look streaky. Let's do the blobby kind of technique. I want it to look splotchy. Yeah. They're jeans in a junkyard, right? Do it that way, and not we're not brushing it smooth. And making sure that it covers everything. Yeah, so that it changes the color. So it's more jeans colory. It's all sort of splotchy. I like that. That's turning out okay. And let's do the bottom, just, you know, make sure the bottom is done. I'll spread it on, and like before, I'm just gonna do this so that it's not streaky, but it's blotty. But looking at that, I'm kind of liking how these jeans turned out there. Yep, not bad, huh? Not bad. We'll let it stand on its head again while that dries. Great. I'm having a distinct lack of collaboration here. It was working before. There we go. And now we're going to take this car back. And mix this paint up again. I think what I'm going to do is I don't know how I can avoid making a mess of it. I want to get paint underneath here, like I did in some of the other places, just, you know, in case it shows that it isn't just a stark white, right? And come back and put a second coat on that after I go around the rest of the touch-up. The edge. Okay, and there's all sorts of little delicate touch-up all around the body. And it's just, I tried different ways of holding it, and there's just no good way to do it. So I'm just going to have to try to be careful. Do the touch up as I go around. In the spots that are missing paint or touch the wrong way. Here I just need to make the nostril smaller. These tiny little dots here and there where I'm kind of changing the contour of the paint. And just spots here. Like around the edge of this window. Maybe on it. That looks okay. Check out the little white spots there and the dark spots. Just a little bit of adjusting the contour of the taillight. Not a lot, but just a little. Where the red just went a little further than maybe I wanted it to. There isn't that much on here. There's just a few spots here and there that needed to be done. And the main thing was I wanted to get underneath there. Underneath here, I'll put a second coat on now. And after I do this, I need to wash it. And maybe I'll do that with it just setting on the surface. Just set it on a piece of paper or something and just do it that way rather than to put it on a handle, because it just doesn't hold. I'm going to set it down like this and take a look at it again, to make sure it looks kind of okay. And I think it does. And I'll just set it on a piece of paper here and let it dry. And then I'm going to put the gray wash on. And I think with the gray wash, I'm going to just put the gray on the grill as well. I'm not going to put it on the hubcaps, I don't think. But maybe I just want to emphasize the teeth. So I might just touch up the teeth or something a little bit. These pants are getting dry. Yeah, great way to put it. These pants are drying. See if they're dry enough to almost dry enough to touch. So in just a few minutes, I will be able to do the purple touch-up. And if I don't hold it on its pants, just do that anyway. And then the only thing I'll have left is I need to glue the hair and the feet up. And I need, and the cherry bomb needs to go in his other hand. But let me get this purple done, just to get it done. And then we'll take a look at the cementing that needs to be done. And I'll probably just do that off stream as, I'm scraping a little bit of paint off and putting a dot of cement on and holding it for a few minutes while it sets. Yes, that's not going to be terribly interesting at all. and because of its lack of interestingness, I'm going to spare you that, and I'm going to do it over the weekend. What I'm doing here is I'm just finding little spots where the purple paint has rubbed off a little bit, and taking the opportunity to get a little bit streaky. I was thinking of washing the purple with kind of a blue wash. I experimented with that early on with the other arm, the disembodied arm, and it looked okay, but it's not worth messing with, because I don't think it'll turn out very well, and it looks okay the way it is. There's just, little bits here and there. I'm not going to play with the boundaries, I don't think, terribly much. I like the way the pants came out, though. They look, that black wash changed the color, and it highlighted the stitching and stuff. I think that came out actually quite well. It's less of this than I thought there would need to be. There's still some spots like under the arm here that never got painted. Just take the opportunity to reach in there with this brush and paint them. This arm is supposed to move, and it does, so I can actually smash the car with the hammer, but I'm going to pose it with the hammer up like that. Because when it comes down, this arm scrapes along the side of the shirt. It's up like this, it's out of the way. So this guy looks okay. Let me do one more thing before I wash the car. Right? Yeah, wash the car at the very end, but I just want to show this to you so that you can see how it looks. This is the other arm. Wait for a second and move this guy in. So this is the other arm. Ta-da! It goes like that. So if you want to, you can sort of see what it looks like when it's complete. Okay? As I'm doing that, I'm glad I still have some purple paint out. This has little scratches on it from just where it was being held. This arm is supposed to rotate as well, but the little grommet that held it in unfortunately broke off. So there's that, and the way this is supposed to work, and I'm not sure if it will or not, is that the cherry bomb. The cherry bomb goes in his hand, like that. Stick the arm on, and then figure out how best to mount the cherry bomb in his hand, because he blows up the car as well. So maybe I'll just put like a little drop of epoxy on it or something, and just have it, hold it like that rather than using model cement. Just something to hold it in his palm and show off. And I'll probably, this will actually fit in here in the hole where it was grommeted in, and it will actually still rotate there. Why not? I'll just attach it. It's attached, and I'll leave it. I'm going to hold it like that, put it like that. That is the orientation for it. Can't leave well enough alone. There's just a spot here that didn't show before, that shows now. That is now perfect. Okay, so the cherry bomb will need to go here, like on here, like that, kind of. So that's where it's going to go. And oh yeah, he has hair. This hair will go up here. We'll have to decide the orientation. Oh my! Oh, okay. Let's just destroy everything. Yeah. So I think it kind of goes like that. Yeah, it kind of flops. See that? He has this big floppy haircut. So I'm going to play around with the orientation of his hair, because that can go just about anywhere as long as there's a contact point. But kind of like that. That look good. But we're going to leave his hair on like that. And then his feet. The feet. Let's see. Yeah. They just glue in like that. So those will be easy enough to do. Here, I'm going to knock things over. Let me get this box. I want to put the feet in the box. Leave the hair on him. Put the cherry bomb here. Set this all over way to the side so it's out of the way. And I'm going to take him. He's going off to the side as well. This will be cemented on later. But what I want to do before we finish is I want to get this car washed. And I'm just using the gray wash. It doesn't add a lot of color, but it will make it look a little bit glossy, and it will highlight the wrinkles and folds and bends and things. Foamy. Yeah, so the last 5 minutes here will be gray washing the car. And I think this will be okay. I think it'll look all right. I practiced with it before. Can't really get too much on. But I just want to get it, see how it goes into the creases. That's what I'm going for. And I just want to get it just over the bumper, down to the tires, to the interior. Just want to get it everywhere. That's the point. See how it just kind of builds up in the little creases, the dent, yeah, and that's what I was hoping it would do. Is exactly that. Do everything. I'm just going to do the tires and everything in this gray. Why not? It builds up in the little teeth there. I just say that this is a fine finishing touch to the car, actually. And I'm glad I didn't paint it red, because it's a car that deserves to be smushed, right? Just making sure that that the wash gets into the folds and the bends and doesn't get rid of the bubbles. That's about all. Yeah, that's actually the last bit of the Fink. Bit of the Fink here is finishing the car off with this gray wash. And then the cementing, the hair, the cherry bomb, and the legs all cement on. probably over the weekend, and then or maybe, a little bit later. Like I said, I have to find the cement for one thing, and I don't need to have you all watching while I look for it. I'll get those done, and they will probably usually do a picture of the finished Fink. Maybe they'll be like from several different angles even. It's getting it in between the radiator grill teeth, kind of. This gray wash is actually looking really good on here. I chose wisely for that part. So I'm just putting it in a few spots where I want it to puddle up and highlight some things. Yeah, even the grill, look at that. It's pretty nice the way it filled in the spots there. Sometimes the washes don't look that good, and sometimes they are just exactly the right thing. In this case, it is the right thing. Yeah. Looks good. Stop playing with it. Just like the wash on the jeans turned out to look pretty good. So let me clean off these brushes, and I will recap. The Fink is done. I just need to glue the feet on, glue the hair on, add the cherry bomb. Okay, that's just a couple of minutes of diddling around and holding it. You have to hold them in place for a couple of minutes, which is pretty dull and boring. And until the cement sets. And once it does, then it'll be done. And I think we will be able to then take some pictures of it. And next week on Relaxing Painting with Dyson Dungeons, we will probably be going on to minifigs. There's a couple of things we're working on. Minifigs getting cast on the rosin printer over the weekend and primed. There are sewer tiles being printed, and eventually we'll have a pile of those. And the sewer tiles, if we can replicate what we did with the prototypes, are some of my favorites. I really like the way those look. Nikki did an excellent job figuring out how to use the green and the black washes on it to make them look really sewery. They definitely look grossly sewery. I'm just putting these brushes aside here. There's the car. I can move it around a little bit on the paper, but you can see that the gray wash, highlighted the wrinkles in the metal, and it's a little streaky on top, and that's fine. And when that dries, that will look like a car that's getting beat up. And the Fink is over there. We'll send some pictures out once I get the feet and the hair and the cherry bomb attached. Ta-da! Thanks for joining in. If you'd like to, please become a subscriber. Subscribers are really, really welcome. They help bring popularity and viewers to our show. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 10 until 2, with a break in between, and Dice and Dungeons presents Dungeon and Dragons on Sundays at 2 o'clock, 3 Sundays a month. Live chat. Please watch us on Twitch or YouTube, or with the campaign, you can listen in on a podcast, because we're very entertaining in our dialogues. I can say that honestly. We really are kind of fun. So, there we are. And this guy is, looks like a car that deserved to be smashed. So there's the Fink. Fink is done, and we're going back to more traditional D&D kinds of stuff, I think, on Monday. And I might be filling in with the submarine I've been talking about. I might pull those out. We'll do an opening. If I do, we'll just open them right here on the stream, because I don't remember exactly what's in those boxes. We'll sort through the parts and try to figure out how we can get at least one complete, decent submarine cutaway Polaris launching submarine model out of 3 kits. Okay, thanks again. Join us on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10-ish until 2-ish, and on Sunday at 2 for our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. That's really bad. But yes, it will be a deep dive. It'll actually be a deep dive into dismantling and cleaning and repurposing parts of submarine model kits that were very poorly done and abandoned. Tyson Dungeons says, thank you for joining, and we'll see you next week. See if I can get this. The last time I pushed the end stream button, I didn't push it long enough and hard enough, and it didn't end. So, goodbye.